All right. Sausage, bad sausage. Sorry, at the start of every YouTube stream, there's a guy named Sausage who comes in and spams a bunch of, emotes. Oh, this is the hole. Oh. Who's mining?
Excuse me. Excuse me.
I treat my only YouTube viewer like a dog. I have more than one YouTube viewer, thank you.
So sorry to bother you. I was exploring this fascinating place and, well, and there you were.
I'm pretty sure he's just spamming emotes.
And there you were. Very good joke.
He's just spamming emotes so he can get
Did you build this place?
#1 chatter.
What place do you speak of?
This sanctuary.
Oh.
Let the man
looking down at
spam.
rocks every day, all day. I'd forgotten about all this. Very beautiful. It's all very fascinating, you're right. But no, I'm not the builder of this place. It's hard to imagine. But once upon a time, people used to live in Cami. Each village kept the tradition of bringing their dead to this sanctuary so they could be closer to the summit and their souls within reach of the sky.
So, aren't you kind of profaning a cemetery by digging here?
It's true. I suppose I go wherever rocks summon me. And besides, listen here. The dead don't mind. They're not complaining. I'd say we keep each other company. They listen to my stories, and I feel a little less alone. Who else might want to hear about amphibolites, limonites, or limogels? Are you keen to the science of rocks?
Very little, I'm afraid.
You haven't come here to steal my crystals, have you?
A climber. I'm a climber. I'm just here to climb.
A strange occupation, if you ask me. Climbing won't make you rich. Now, crystal cutting, that's a solid job. One day, I'll be rich. Just need to find the right track. Emerald, garnet, and then rich. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow.
This guy's kind of sus.
Someday. Can you hear them laughing? They want to see me get rich too. Let's not waste any time. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but...
What's my safest option? Leave the guy alone or give him a hand? Here's one.
Crystal shard. Yeah, this game's been really cool so far. I've been enjoying it a lot.
Another one.
I feel like my game is kind of running not amazing right now. Do I have something running in the background? Do I have like videos open or something? One sec. No other games have made your palms as sweaty as this one? Well, clearly you haven't played enough climbing games. Yeah, that's fair. If you want to play a true climbing game that will make your hands sweat, play fucking Peaks of Yore. Although, to be fair, maybe this game gets, like, more difficult later on. I don't know. It hasn't been too, like, it hasn't really made me too anxious so far. I feel like climbing in this game feels fairly safe. That is, there has been, like, one spot I got stuck for a while. Okay, what am I doing here? Can I give him more shards? Or I guess I just, wait, can I climb here? Peaks of Yore is great, but the DLC sucks. Why does the DLC suck? I played the DLC. I thought it was okay. I didn't beat it, though. Do I get something if I give him enough shards? There's one in the stairs. I thought I already picked that one up, though. Oh, wait, maybe not.
One last little one and he should be happy.
Oh. One more. Did I watch the RE9 GameSpot? No. Although it's kind of annoying because I'm like trying to avoid spoilers and, well, every fucking YouTube video puts like the new creature or the new like enemy in the thumbnail. I've seen it like a million times. Bro, where is the shard? Wait, right here? What do you mean is he pretending? There's fucking shards everywhere, bro. Wait, that one? Oh, I think I see it. I gotta climb for it. I thought everything was on the ground.
Hopefully that should be enough for him to stop digging for a while. Damn it!
Surprised I didn't die from that. Fucking dies of Cairn. Here, hold on. You guys gotta see this fucking clip. I mean, I'm sure a lot of you guys already did, but... Hold on, check. Hold on, check. Hold this, check. Hold this. Look at this fucking clip. I was just running along. Look at my health. I'm at full health. Wait.
I can help you on your way out.
Oh. Oh. It's actually useful. I can see the wind on my back. Does this game have speedrun potential? I mean, you could speedrun any game. I don't really think this is necessarily a great speedrun. It's just, I don't know. I feel like the game is a little too... It's a little too, like, slow-paced for, like, speedrunning, but... That's not to say that people don't try to speedrun it. Oh yeah, I should make a save. Could get some broken tech in the future. I don't know. I feel like the game's design is just... I mean, you never know. There could be like a physics glitch that like launches you up the entire fucking mountain, but I mean, even if there was, that wouldn't... I don't know if that would be that exciting either. Similar to getting over it. Well, it's really not though. Like, the thing is, you can only go so fast in this game. Like, this game is awesome, but just the pace at which you like climb is just not that fast. Getting over it had like a massive skill ceiling. Like, the biggest skill ceiling in any fucking speedrun I've ever seen. Yo, Lankenstein, thank you for the 70 months. I don't think... I mean, free solo... I don't think free solo would be that bad. You just need to know that... You just need to have the right routes. Which is literally how... I mean, like, Alex Honnold or whatever, you know, he does free solo, but he's like a speedrunner, right? Like, I mean, maybe it's not the greatest comparison, but... The dude practices the entire route to the point where he, you know, he's comfortable going through, like, he treats it like a speed run almost. Like, I mean, he's not trying to go fast, but, you know, he's practicing the route over and over again. I mean, he's still fucking crazy, and it's still, like, absurd, but... Where do I want to go? I kind of want to go to... I don't... Why is... There's like a save file on the wall there. But I don't really think we need to go there. You die, it's over. Yep, that's how it works. And I feel like this game also is not running. Wait, which one is VSync? I hate it when you are okay. Okay. I guess this is with VSync is on in this case. I don't know, the game is like not running very good for me right now. I'm not sure why. Like, do I have like a game that's like stuck running in the background or something? I don't know. This game is not running very good. The fill dot is on. Yeah. Man, is something just like wrong with my PC? I mean, the game's like, it's okay. It's just, it's not running. Like my GPU is the game is only using, it's barely using like any of my CPU or GPU. It's just very strange. It's all the games nowadays. Yeah. Yesterday it was running better though. Whatever. It's fine. Is there any more water that we can... What's wrong with 60 plus FPS? I mean, I'm on a 5090, and this game is not that graphically intense. Also, apparently it's running on Unity. And I could try lowering the res. It's already rendering at 1440 though. And it's so strange. It just makes me wonder, like, is something fucking, like, wrong with my computer? It's probably not. It's probably just the games. It's just so strange. Like, why? Why does this game not run? Like, you just expect it to run better. Okay, let's actually climb. Sorry, just wanted to see if I could improve the game performance at all. It's so strange when I like lower the resolution to like from 4K to 1440 and literally nothing changes. So strange. This area, yeah, I think this area might be a little performance heavy. Whoa. Can I just go straight up here?
Is Ava a mountaineer or an urban climber? Clearly a bit of both. Right on.
Up there. Getting closer. I feel like I have to. I think I have to go to the left. My leg up real high. Oh, that's not good. How did that only do like fucking 2 damage? Well, oops. Go again. And probably just go straight up here. Oh, jeez. This looks good. Oops. Chill. Chill. You're fine. Got a great grip on this wall. Oh wait, you can actually climb up the right side here. Oh, that's so much better. I think. Oh no, no. A nice, relaxing spot.
Right on.
Okay. I mean, we're close. Maybe I should put down a rope.
Ha.
Probably overkill, but I don't know. This part seems kind of sketch. Get our foot there. Get our foot there.
Is Ava a mountaineer or an urban climber? Clearly a bit of both.
Fine. So if I was to press jump off, it's not gonna make... Okay, I think there is like ledge protection if you press like jump down. Just scary because you kind of like jump off the wall in the animation. makes me anxious. Is there anything higher? I bet there is, like, something up here. God, I mean, it looks like you can... Jesus Christ. Am I gonna have to climb this thing? I guess this is where you refill. Oh, you can make a save. Oh, God. Should probably make some buff stuff for this wall. Like, maybe we use our, like, grip boost or something. Oh, man. Well, let's cook some stuff. Damn, this milk doesn't restore much food. Do I have anything that's good for food? Like, gives a lot? I guess jerky. Oops. Like I don't actually have that much food. Guess I could eat the fudge. All right. Can I not drink? Just from the... Oh, I guess I need a bottle to fill up. Whatever, that's okay. Alright, shit, man. I'm kind of tempted just to take this whole infusion. I wish that I could swap any of the bottles to, like, this slot, because you can actually drink this stuff. You can't drink stuff from your bag, but you can drink the stuff that's, like, on your pouch or your hip or whatever. But I wish I could have, like, the infusion here instead, because, I mean, this this grip bonus would probably be super handy. Sorry, I'm, like, stalling right now. Not necessarily intentionally, but... Alright, let's just go.
Cool, thanks.
Can swap them. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you can transfer if it's empty. That's true. So yeah, that is true. I don't really want to drink all this. Well, maybe I should. The thing is, this is going to take so long. It's like... These buffs are not going to last long enough for it to really matter.
Good. Oh, I could have been a decent cave painter, actually.
Oh, okay. Where do we go from here? And there is a way to go straight up. It looks kind of sus, though.
Okay. Focus.
I don't know. This seems like a really bad spot to try to climb up. It's fine, though. I'm not scared. The bravest person in the graveyard. True. I think we're okay right now.
Yes.
I was gonna get the windmill is blowing. Is there gonna be a big wind soon?
Strapping down.
The pinwheel, yeah. You know what I mean. All right, dude, this fucking wall is so big. My God. I think we go to the left. Do I go up this big crack? No, I think that's a bad idea. I think we go to the left. You good?
Incoming.
Incoming what? Don't say that. Incoming what? Wind? Incoming death. Dude, why is your foot tweaking out so hard? Chill, girl. Oh. Cutscene.
Oh, this is not the time. Stop beeping right now. Stop it! I need to focus!
Why, Abba? I keep asking myself that question. It's just stuck in my head. Why? Why did you leave? Why do you feel the need to climb that big, stupid rock? And why does it affect me so much? Capsule died 2 days ago. He was only 9 years old, can you believe it? He still had a nice life ahead of him. He spent his last night at the vet. You should have seen him in his cage. All skin and bones. Drugged up. He could barely walk. But he recognized me, Ava. And he tried to snuggle up to me. When the time came, the vet asked me if I wanted to leave the room. Why would I let him go alone? I stayed, of course. And then, at the end, I held him against me. I told him I loved him. And his body...
This is kind of depressing.
His little body collapsing into my arms. You can't forget that feeling. Anyway, once again, I am I'm breaking your concentration, but I would love to know, Ava. Why?
Ah! 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 She doesn't get it. She doesn't get any of it.
Leave the robot alone. I think she took off the antenna. What is this music? It's eerie. God damn it, dude. Dude, the shadow looked like a hold. And how are you supposed to do this? Maybe I was supposed to go to the right. Oh, we're so far back. No, I could have put down a rope. I just didn't really feel like I needed one because I thought I saw like a hold. I mean, there's a crack right there all the way to the left. Maybe, I guess you're supposed to use that. At least I think there is. I don't know. It's weird because of the perspective. Huh. Is there a save at the cutscene? Maybe. I feel like there probably isn't, but... Oh, no, there is. Oh, okay. Well, that surely helps. There we go. I did get saved by the cutscene. I think we put our foot here, and then here. She cold? I guess I just had a bad grip.
Okay. Good.
That's not good foot positioning. The shadows are kind of like deceptive here. You're dying because you can't find any food. You gotta look around, man, and you gotta cook.
It's too slippery.
Oh no. Music here is so nice. Don't know rope. I'm practicing for my free solo. I'm just kidding, but yeah, I probably should put down a rope. Oh yeah, these are the routes. I think I'm taking this route right now, maybe? Because I went pretty far to the left. Unless... Man, I don't know. Yeah, I think it is, because we're pretty close to the left side of the wall. Well, are we though? Hard to tell how far the wall goes. Oh, check map. Oh. Oh. There's flour over there. Wait, what is that? Yeah, but I don't see anything. Oh, yeah. It means that you can't use it, I guess. Just weird that it doesn't show. It only shows up there, I guess. Okay. I don't know. I think the right side is looking better here. Oh gosh. Oh, the rain stopped. That's good. Sometimes my character does not want to grab. Oh, you gotta move this arm. My arm stamina is not doing good. I'm gonna put one down. What do you mean? Chill. Chill. I mean, I guess she's kind of fallen backwards. That is kind of scary. Okay, we got a rope. Keep going. I mean, we can see roughly how high it goes. I don't think it goes that high. It looks like there's wood there to the left, actually. 6 the max for pitons. No, you can have more than that. I don't think there's a limit, actually, to how many you can have. It just depends how many you find. Oh, I don't like this. My arms are shaking a lot. And I don't know about this one. I think I should have went to the left. Oh, it worked. Surprised I somehow maintained a grip there. I feel like my feet were on like nothing, nothing basically. And this wall just keeps on going. Oh, gosh. I see, okay, I see the way. It is not amazing way, but what do you mean? I'm gonna chalk. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I mean, I guess we're kind of getting pushed away from the wall. Also, why is... Dude, I need to eat. I need to put down a baton soon. Maybe I should put another one down here. What? Do I have anything that's still hot? I mean, grog helps with temp. Oh, I have goat milk. Alright, we're good. Dude, what is this? Oh, the map doesn't show past this point. I see. Oh, shit. I kind of want to go in here. I gotta go so far to the... Oh, jeez. Cheating with cam, it's a part of the game, bruh. We can see the top. Well, actually, it's not the top. It's... Oh, there's a save up there. I want to go over there, but it's... Oh, I have to go down, which is not fun. Oh yeah, I guess I could rappel down. Oh, go to the top and then rappel? Let's see. What is the top like relative to... There is a way down from up top. I think you're right. I think maybe climbing to the top and then putting a rope up there is a good idea. And then we just climb down into the cave.
Right on.
I'm probably gonna fall. Maybe not, though.
Oh.
Oh, I think there's an extra right there. Nice. Where do we go now? Possible to climb right here? Looks like it is. I think going to the right is better though, but oh, up.
Whoosh.
I'm gonna fucking fall here if I don't put one down. I don't know how to fucking I don't know how to save myself in this position. Chill, girl, chill, chill, chill. You're fine. Here to watch her fall. I'm not gonna fall. I'm a fucking pro. All right. Mm-hmm.
Great. More wind.
Dude, girl, chill.
No, come on!
Chill! I feel like I guess I'm still not flat enough against the wall. Maybe I should go to the right. We can do this. At least we put our rope in a good spot. Like, what's considered like a good resting spot and what isn't in this game is
Come on.
kind of confusing, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I guess my feet are just... Should I guess I'm okay now? I don't know. It's there, guys. We're almost there. Oh.
That was a slog, wasn't it? Woo!
This
It
guy's
was-
fucking back.
Challenging, sure.
Challenging. That's one way to put it. That challenge just about wiped me out.
Are you getting tired?
Getting tired. I'm way past that. I'm burnt out.
There's always a time in the climb when you're plagued by doubt. But as soon as you get over it, the motivation returns, and you're left filled with rage to get to the top.
I don't know that I've ever felt that rage.
You can do it, Marco. The summit isn't far off.
If you say so.
Hey, listen, I'm sorry about last time. After the lake.
I've been told I'm a terrible singer. I have no regrets. Okay, I'm gonna bivvy right here. Care to join me?
I don't know. Maybe next time.
Would this change your mind?
What is it?
I know next to nothing about booze. Tastes kind of herbal.
I think I'd rather be alone.
Oh, did she change her mind?
Hold on. That's good. Just not too much. Please, no, that's good.
No, we need to finish the bottle. We gotta shed some weight.
How long have you been carrying this around?
I found it in a cave. I'm sure some climber got buzzed and left it behind.
Wait, how old did you say you were? You seem a little young to be drinking.
Hey, don't tell my parents, okay?
Do they understand what you're doing?
What, you mean climbing? Can people who don't climb really understand it? Are they able to feel even a tenth of what it's like to be on the wall? To have got over an incredibly hard crux? Or to hold your entire body between your thumb and your forefinger?
The adrenaline when you pound a piton from an unstable position. Or the wind lashing against your tent walls, making you wonder if the carabiner is gonna hold. The wind at all time, at every moment. The wind and the rock.
The wind and the rock. It is what it is. Hard to blame them, you know? There's no way they could get it.
What the fuck? The Rainbow Road, bro. I think maybe that wasn't alcohol. The mountain. It's the bad part of the trip. Oh god, it's our dead cat.
You all right? Booze not treating you right, huh? I found some medicine packets, if that helps.
Oh, don't ever make me drink that nasty stuff again.
No worries there. We drank it all.
Water. I need water.
Take your time. Get some rest. I'll do a bit of scouting. We can meet further up.
Well, I don't really have water. I have chocolate drink.
That's better. A little bit.
Bro, what is...
Oh, it hurts.
What happens at this part if you don't have... God, you literally have to drink everything? Thanks, game. Oh, right, the cave. I don't know if I even have enough water to do that, though. At this point. I guess it's probably fine. Maybe there might be water in the cave. Oh, you can see him climbing. Oh, there's water in here. Okay, that works. Actually.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see. I think I see the way. I see the way. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. I'm fucking dead. Oh. Although I kind of fucked up. I should have put a... Well, I guess I could do it now.
I feel a gust coming. Ooh.
Should have put a rope back at the top. At least I'm still kind of close to the top here. To save myself the pain of having to climb back up. This is kind of awkward. I need to get down. Fine. You're fine. Load the save. No. It's fine. That is not a good spot for my foot.
Yes.
I think we're pretty close now. Just gotta cut to the right. Why are you still I think we need to go further down. Why are my hands radioactive? I got the glowing gloves. Yeah, if they made it so you had to, like, go back down and recover your pitons, the game would be, certainly way more punishing. I feel like the game's not that difficult because of the, you know, tone. Link's origami. Oh, more strong infusion.
One of Capsule's remote ancestors.
Alright, well, we got a lot of fucking water now. How do I not have enough space, man? Oh, I can restore. Or repair this. Thistle. I guess nettle is also the same, it just cooks it. Oh. No. I'm honestly not doing great on food. I don't think you can cook with the raisins. Oh, do you have a smaller inventory in Free Solo? Really? Hmm. Yeah. I don't know if I want to use it yet, though. Wait, I can transfer? What did that just... Did I just waste it? Wait. Did it go somewhere? Hmm. Yeah, maybe it went in here, but was this thing not full when I got it? Yeah, maybe it somehow put it in here. Oh, it wasn't? Okay. Well, that was convenient then. I scared you? Sorry. What about the origami? I mean, we picked it up. I don't know. Surely if I jump off here, it's not gonna make me...
Bring me the pittance.
I'm just so scared every time I do it. I just feel like I'm gonna die. Oh, I need more food. Is there actually a route here? No, I don't think so. Oh man. Alright, well, I want to go up to this ledge, I guess. Oh yeah, where the hell did Marco go? He was climbing here before. Wait, is he still here? Thought I just saw... Was that his rope? Did he fucking die? Where'd he... Where is he? Not where I want to go. I think we have to go to the right. Not sure about this move, guys. Oh, cutscene. Saved by the cutscene.
Marco?
Oh, he's
You
back.
okay?
Oh, jeez. So lame. That's what I get for trying to impress you. This part's pretty hard. I've already fallen 5 times from the same place.
5 times? Come on. Keep pushing. This part doesn't look very complicated.
Sorry, I'm just stressed out. My arms are starting to hurt. I'm feeling tired.
You can do it, Marco. You didn't climb all this way to get stuck on such an easy route.
An easy route. I don't find that very encouraging, you know.
Fatigue is all in your head, Marco. You can do it, okay? Listen to me. You can do it. I believe in you.
Now that's my kind of medicine. Okay. I go up and left.
I did not fall. I did it on purpose. I jumped off the ledge so I could climb up with the rope.
Okay. So you see the little overhang to the right?
This one?
No, that one over there.
Oh,
There's a vertical
Postcovia,
crack
that's
at
true.
arm's length to the right.
Okay, got it.
So you can hook your left foot and right hand in this crack, then grab the hold just above left-handed.
Okay. Okay, I think I got it.
Well, what are you waiting for?
Like right now? I'll get nervous if you watch me climb.
Hey Marco, I meant what I said. I believe in you. Watch how the pro does it.
All right. See you later.
I wonder if the game always gives you like a save point
This is the real deal. I feel like I got front row seats.
when you watch like a cutscene.
See? That's where I got stuck. And you just got over it without breaking a sweat. I'm so lame.
Fall all the way down in front of him. Yeah, I was kind of tempted to. I was tempted to just jump off as he was saying that. Watch the pro do it, falls to death. Yeah. Oh, I think there's there's a dead guy up here. I think there might be food. Gonna eat the dead guy. Yeah, let's try to get up there. Wait, so where does this go? Oh, there's a backpack. Okay, wait, we should look over that way too. I just collected my chalk and now you're gonna give me more chalk? Wait, was it just one? Oh, okay. Ooh, soup. Wait, I thought... Nice. Are we up above now? There's an egg there. That's far away, though. Kind of tempting, though. We are a bit low on food. Maybe we go down and grab the egg. Yeah, we'll go for the dead guy after. It's not that far away if we just climb down over here. Only way is up. Yeah, I just don't want to run out of food. The egg barely takes up any space as well. So. How the hell do I get down here? No, I don't want to... Yeah, I should just... I don't know why. I need to use the baton more. We'll just repel.
Nice.
Get up there. Get that egg. Cool. Or anything else?
I'll take a breather.
Peaks of your seagulls.
Climb bot, recover pittance.
Yeah, those were great. Alright. Let's go climb up to that dead guy. Pythons. I mean, it doesn't really matter how you say it. Who cares?
Thanks.
Guess we'll eat some thistle. Food situation is really not great. Oh, wait. Oh. Looks like there's a spot I can climb up to the left here. Actually, no. I can definitely climb. Sometimes it's like, can I really do this? But no, you can. Oh. Easier to see the wall in free solo, no backpack in the way. Yeah, that probably helps, doesn't it?
Right on.
All right, what you got, dead man?
You climbed high.
Fruit
Sure, it was
jellies. Give me your jellies.
Thank you, friend. I'll make good use of it.
Ooh, 30. Hmm. You're fine.
No, no, no!
Literally one step off the ground. Nice. Oh, where are we here? Oh, the music. Oh, there's another backpack here. Troglodyte signage codes. 3 fire lines indicate an attempt to climb the summit. The troglodytes will encourage you. May the mountain guide your steps. 2 fire lines indicates a descent. The troglodytes will celebrate you. Coming back alive is always a victory. Single fire line is reserved for climbers who have conquered the summit. The troglodytes will admire you. Imposters will be cursed. Cursed.
Don't drop a match here.
Was this like oil or something? Backpack. Oh. Do I need to use tape? I can't use it unless I'm resting, but... I try to do my best at Tetrising here. I don't know if we're making space. Oh, maybe. Oh. My bag is fucking jammed full. Make some soup. Oh, you know, I probably should have put the soup in the big container. That would have had more uses of it. Although, well, we have nettle in there, I guess, so it's okay. It's okay, actually. If I remember correctly, like, the eggs, however, when you cook the egg, it just makes, like, it doesn't matter how much water you have in the container. Like, sometimes you want to take into consideration the container. And then other times, like, I think the oats is the same way. Yeah, like, you get oatmeal, but... doesn't matter how much water you had. Let's check our hands. Yeah, we need to tape. Yeah, I mean, in this game, I don't think troglodyte is really a negative thing, right? You know, they're just talking... I mean, they're people that are separated from, like, society, and they live in, well, basically caves. Maximal grip. No, you don't have to put tape on your feet. Alright, there's no feet minigame, chat. Sorry to disappoint you. Oh, what the heck is that over there? It looks like another save spot. Oh, fuck. Am I supposed to climb that thing? Wait, what can I can climb up to the top of this though, too. I think. The mountain looks like so low res from this angle. I'm sure it's not at that low res, actually. Hmm. Just at the top. I want to go up there. Though I also want to see if there's something like actually worth going up there for. This game's speedrunnable. You can speedrun any game, man. We can go back down. Yeah, but we can use a rope for that. No problem. I think we can go up here. I wonder if it's possible to actually like soft lock yourself in this game, because if you're in like a spot and you've used up all the food and then you make a save, the game doesn't have like multiple save slots. Like there's just one save. So oh my gosh.
Okay. Focus.
Yeah, I don't know how I don't know how I can get up here. This angle is just fucked. Actually, I think I see the way. go. I don't know, whatever. We gotta climb to the top. I feel like there's something up there. There's loot inside there? Inside where? We already went inside the building. I guess you just weren't watching and now you're backseating. Or maybe you're talking about somewhere else, but... I'm going up top. Actually, can I? All right, we're up top. Time for the sick loot. Well, it's a nice view. Mystic cutscene if you light up one of the urns in the resin pool. What, like all the way down below? Well, I can go down there. Also, I should have used... Actually, I wonder, does it automatically use your indestructible one if you do repel? Because it doesn't give you the option to choose. Wasn't there stuff there? I don't see anything. What do you say if I light up one of the resin urns? But how do I... Oh, wait, do you mean this? Or, well, I didn't light it, though. I didn't realize there was a recipe here. There's nothing better than mixing rice with an intense infusion for a tasty, invigorating mountain rice. Oh. Oh. I don't want to curse myself.
The only kind of advertising Chris hadn't thought of yet.
Oh, that's so cool. I didn't even realize you could light this. I don't want to get cursed. I don't want to activate the demon bell. Yeah, what if there's actually what if it actually makes the game harder? Damn.
Still a lot of villagers left.
Condor calls for it. It's a lot of fucking villages. They got people just there ready to light it. Damn, this is cool though. Yeah, thanks for mentioning that, because I probably wouldn't. I don't think I would have lit this thing on fire. Humanity was dead. Well, this village that lived at Mount Kami left. But the other ones, I guess, did not leave. They are still there. I'll give like temperature. Some oats. Just drink a soup. Yeah, our backpack's pretty full. Listen, I like to come prepared, alright? Alright, now we gotta climb this giant fucking... There's a dead guy there, too. I guess we can rappel down and loot that dead guy afterward. For those who attempt the ascent to the summit, may Kami guide your steps and keep you out of danger. Yeah, this game's been really neat so far. I've been enjoying it a lot. Yeah, I'm gonna fucking fall. I am gonna go to the left. Oh wait, I need to turn on my light. Oh, that's so much better. Okay. No, I'm not sure if I'm meant to climb here, but I see... I don't know. Dude, chill, girl.
No!
Oh, alright. Well.
I am so...
Yeah, you're so dead. Actually. Am I losing health so much? Because yeah, it's because my feet. Damn, dude, how do I... Or where do I even climb here? I'm on the save station. Yeah, I'll turn the light on. All right. So we can't use our robot here. I'm gonna fucking fall, I think. Maybe not. The fuck? Where am I even going, dude? I see. Looks very comfortable. The fucking cross-legged resting stance.
Right on.
I wonder what that spot right there is. Like, I guess there's another route. I don't really see how that route would work. But.
Higher.
Huh? I'm not scared. I'll do it. Need some healing, man. I feel like there's something I cooked that heal. Oh yeah, this infusion does help heal. No, why not? Extra grip is good. Hold on, I gotta get my arms in a better spot. That is not really where I want to be. There we go. Oh, there's that guy here. You got any loot? Oh. Early Edelweiss. Oh, they talked about this. What an incredible flower with its little warm fuzz. It's strange. I can feel my heartbeat when I hold it in my hand.
You're coming with me, hot stuff.
Gabriel, I found it. I found the pearly Edelweiss. It's right there in front of me in that little rocky recess. Fateful, isn't it? The flower I sought in order to heal you grows much higher than I thought it would. We never could have reached it before you left this world. I blame myself. We should have gone back down as you requested. Maybe if I myself ate the flower, it would give me enough strength to reach the damn summit, but what's the point, really? Kami got the better of you and she got the better of me. What were we really hoping for? We're orphans. We don't have a family name to inscribe in the human pantheon. Wait a little longer. I'm on the way. You're Roberto. Roberto. I don't know how I feel about that spot. I think I want to climb up like on this part here. Seems kind of doable. I have extra grip right now. I should probably... Can I actually baton here? Oh, I can put an indestructible one in? Damn. Well, those indestructible ones were giga worth going for. Holy crap. I'm not gonna fall, though. Because I'm an expert climber.
Oh, yes.
Dude, this spot is... I gotta get my leg up, like... Oh, there's a spot all the way over there. Okay. That's definitely what we're supposed to do. Not really sure where the next step is here, though. And I guess we just put our foot up like here and just hope. Oh, I don't like this. I gotta get my foot up on that crack. So I don't know how I feel about this route, guys. And it's working though, so I guess it's fine. Seems really sketchy. I'm an expert climber, that's true. How could I forget? gosh, we still got still got a ways to go, chat. Oh, backpack. Bill girl. How are you, like, this should be a fine resting spot, surely. I need to drink anyways. And we're on rock now, so might as well. All right. Let's... Oh, I need to belay. Sport gel. Really doesn't do much. Anything else I can eat? Wonder what this Edelweiss is used for. Could eat some oats. Fuck it, let's eat the oats. Alright.
Oh, yeah.
I think I see a way here. If I can keep my... Oh. That was a little sussy. Is this the peak? No. Fine. Am I liking the game? It's good. Nice. Is that a bird's nest? Oh no. Can I get up here? I mean, I have to be able to get up here. See a grip right there. I don't really know where I put my foot here. I think right here might be okay. But where do I put my left foot? It's definitely gonna slip. Oh wait, I see it. Oh, there we go. Like I can keep going this way. What, okay. Surely you can maintain. I could have used an indestructible one. Alright, whatever. It's fine. I can actually get my foot up high enough. Okay. That's kind of crazy, because I feel... You know, it's alright. It's alright. It's all good. I feel like I shouldn't have fallen there, but it's okay. Yeah, I thought I was in a pretty stable spot. I guess not, though. Let's try again. I need to turn this light off. It's getting a little too bright.
Great.
Nice. I don't have space for dandelion. Oh, that's some nice music. Alright, we need to go check this dead body. How many significant falls? Nothing has taken us that long. We've fallen in a few spots. We're gonna need space, man. I wonder what this origami is for. Probably, whatever it is was for, I probably missed it at this point. Oh, you know what?
Climbot is lagging. Maybe I should get a new one after all.
Oh, eggs. Looks like I have to go down. Wait. Oh no, I have to go up. Ah. My bot is taking its sweet fucking time. Oh. Buddy?
Thanks.
Good.
If you press recall twice, he'll teleport to you. Oh, okay. That would be nice to make a save. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make space for all this stuff. Oops. There's got to be a save up there. Probably at the top, yeah. I don't know. I have all these fucking herbs. Like, do I really want this stuff? Cooked thistle? I guess I could eat this. Should probably eat some of the food that I made. Putting the bottles next to each other is generally good, I think. Yeah, I don't really think I don't know if I'm making much space here. These fucking flowers are just taking up too much space. I can't even cook this stuff. It's just good for healing. Should I get rid of the origami? I don't know what I need it for. These fucking flowers. Fuck it. I would rather have whatever's on these guys than the flowers. Alright, this should be good.
They're together until the end. Rest in peace.
Don't mind if I do. Booze. Thought I'm not supposed to be able to... Wait. Now I'm even more confused. How do I not have enough? I definitely have enough space for the booze. Something weird is going on. I don't think I'm supposed to be able to access my inventory when I'm on the rope. Like, there's definitely enough space for it. I don't know, whatever. It doesn't really... It's not a big deal. Alright, let's go back up. It's like a big bottle. Damn it, chat. Now you're making me curious. Oh, you're right. It does look a bit bigger. How big is it, though? Like, how big could it be?
You'd have wanted me to take it.
Damn. We have too many bottles, I feel like. All right. Well, time to go up. Looks like there's a path there, but there's also... I'm going to take the path to the right. Because it seems faster. Relax. This isn't even that bad. fine. I don't really see any good footholds here. Well, I guess the crack goes up here.
Right on.
Yeah, good spot. This is a very sus way of going up, but I mean, it's definitely doable.
Cool.
I should have used the indestructible one. I always forget. All right. I don't know how I'm like not. I feel like that should have like destroyed me there. I think we keep the legs split. Yes.
You finally got through that crux.
Yeah. At what cost? And there was a slope from hell before I got to this ledge.
I'm cooking tonight, okay?
Okay. Yeah, let's do that.
Let's make some veggies. With some egg.
We need to change our gear. At this altitude, temps
Probably
get
just
freezing
wasting
cold.
food. I probably
I
shouldn't have
could lend
done.
you some.
Are you afraid of dying?
What are you talking about? You're not going to die, Marco.
I know. I'm just making conversation is all.
Well, are you injured?
No, it's nothing. Are you afraid of dying, then? I don't mean in general. Afraid of dying on this mountain.
Everybody dies, Marco. I mean, why not die on this mountain? There are worse places.
But you don't mind dying alone?
Well, I mean, most people who die of old age will die alone at home. Only in movies do old people die surrounded by their families. You're asking if I'm scared? No. No, I'm not.
I don't know how you do it. I'm scared shitless. Terrified I'll end up like one of those skeletons we saw below. Gnarled up and misshapen. I'm freaking out, Ava. Every minute we spend on this wall to nowhere. Do we know that this mountain ever ends? Some nights, I'm so anxious. I picture the summit in outer space, scraping against the craters on the moon. It's pretty stupid, isn't it?
No. No, it's not stupid. I also dream of the summit every night.
Really? In space too?
No. I dream that after all these efforts and sacrifices, I will reach the summit, only to discover a cable car spewing out an endless stream of tourists, popping in on top of the world just to take a selfie.
That actually sounds exactly like the kind of dream you'd have. That's so you. The last few weeks are a blur. I feel like I've been climbing this damn rock for years. I don't even know why I keep going. How are you not falling apart?
I was born on this mountain. There was nothing before it, and there'll be nothing after. There's only the mountain.
I'm not like you. I try it, but I'm not like you. I'll never make it.
Marco,
Please, stop trying to motivate me. You're making things worse. You're getting me to believe I have a chance of succeeding. I shouldn't have listened to you. I'm going to die here.
Marco, no one ever said it would be easy. So you're gonna get up, pick up your stuff, and we'll continue this climb together.
No. This mountain isn't going to kill me. You are.
Marco,
Yeah, Marco.
would you like me to come back down with you? Marco, you're not gonna make it if you stay on your own.
Oh, you'd give up on the summit? For me? Is that really what you're saying? You'd go back down and live with that failure? You'd do that, Ava? I'm going to bed.
Marco?
I feel like we're gonna find Marco
Marco?
like dead somewhere.
Marco!
Polo. How to climb on ice. Ice. Aim your equipment at cracks and knobs for a solid hold. If your equipment bounces once, you won't be as well anchored and you'll tire more quickly. Hold left click to plant with more force. This will ensure you are firmly anchored even on smooth surfaces, but will also require more effort than aiming for cracks. Will automatically equip ice climbing gear when aiming at an ice surface. Hold control to equip or put away the gear manually. This reminds me of Peaks of Yore. In Peaks of Yore, you like play the entire game and then you get to the final mission and it's like, here's how to climb ice. And I kind of... Oh, there's water in there. How do I get in there? I guess up there. We're gonna need to get more water. It's icy toward the top only. Yeah, I mean, that's true. feel like she'd definitely be, her hands would be like frostbitten so fast. Not that this is meant to be like realistic or anything, but. Well. Oh, wow. That's what the flower does. Damn. That's pretty nice. Dink donk. I've cooked the flour for Marco. Oh, what, to save him? An interesting idea. I don't think that's a good spot to... This true? The dist order? What is the...
Oh, it's the thing. Didn't Dist get this when he ordered ramen once?
Oh, I see. Yes, I ordered ramen once and they gave me, like... What the hell was it? Like dish detergent or something? Or bleach? Cascade. Ah, yes, it was Cascade. Whatever that is. Yes, the the Cascade.
Right on.
We're getting there. Damn, I'm surprised people are already beating this game in 2 hours, though. That feels pretty fast. I mean, I guess if you're just, like... You're just going full speed and you're not really, like, looting stuff and you're skipping the cutscenes and everything. Still, that's quite fast. Oh, this is... I don't know how I'm, like, not... Like, loot. Well, never mind. Should have put a rope down. think you were meant to go right to test the ice? Yeah, probably. It's fine. This. The bag is weighted down with stones. It contains an envelope addressed to Ebba Caruso. My darling, I hope you received this message so you stop worrying. As you know, I'm no longer with you, but rest assured that I had the best ending I could have had. When you told me you couldn't take care of me when I got old, it hit me hard, but you were right. I couldn't imagine becoming a burden to you or ending up with the old crummies in a nursing home.
Going out on the mountain.
So here I am climbing Kami again, knowing that at some point I'm going to encounter a wall that's a little too hard for me. Who knows? Maybe I'll meet up with Christian and the rest of the expedition. You'll never know. If I'd climbed with them 40 years ago, would they have all come back down? Don't be sad. It's all for the best. I know you'll continue on the path you've set out for yourself, a lifetime of success and happiness as a free and independent woman. I'm proud of you and I love you more than anything.
I'll bring your message back to her.
Oh. Some pills. All right, well, there's some ice right here. I guess we can practice the ice climbing. Yo, getting worse. Thank you for this. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs, man. Like cold or like I don't know. Seems our temp's okay. Oh my god, it's so fucking, why is it so goddamn bright? It's fucking sun. I feel like I can just go like up to the left here. At the same time, my hand position is not Nice. More water. Yeah, ice seems fairly forgiving. Hmm. There's still so much more. Oh my god. Damn. Dead guy's down there. Let's go over this way. I didn't want to rest. I wanted to loot the lizard, but I don't know if that's gonna happen. I guess we did. Wait, did I catch the salamander or did I catch a flower? Oh, I guess... Wait, what? Intense hallucinogenic powers. I guess this was from the... Stoked. Oats. Let's eat some of that. Like shaking up the bag doesn't work that well. Maybe I should save it. For the right moment. Alpine Cola. I actually feel like I have too many bottles. I should probably get rid of some. Do I even need these oats? Well, I got them. Shake it, then immediately grab. Yeah, but you can't grab stuff like there's like a delay. Like between shaking it. Unless like the position everything is in like stays when you let go of it. Like the physics of the bag doesn't continue. Yeah, I've got a lot of the tons. I got too much random shit, dude. I don't know what to do with the origami, man. I don't know what it's for. I got too much shit, dude. I'm such a hoarder. It's awful. I got the pretzel. Well, there's a save point down there.
This is driving me insane!
Mushrooms. Is there anything I can cook? Some oats. Turns it into a bowl, though. Maybe it takes a bit less space. I don't know. I think it's also mushroom stew that you make. How much are the mushrooms heal? Or it's 20? We have so much food and everything. We're fine. All right. I want to go all the way down to the bottom. Let's save. We're going cave diving, chat.
Okay, all right. Thank you. It will help.
What is white velvet? Not sure we're making space for any of this. Our bag is so jammed full of shit. We are a giga loot hoarder. Dude, I kind of want to... Get rid of that flower. Keeping origami. I need it. Yeah, no, we're not... I don't think we're fitting anything in here, man. I just need to make enough space for the soup. Did I loot it or not? Am I at like inventory cap? That's so weird. Wait, what's going on? It's like... I got no space. I need this soup though. This is very important. Maybe I should get rid of this booze bottle. Fuck the booze.
Thank you, friend. I'll make the juice of it.
We have so much like so many containers for liquids at this point. We really don't need any more. Now we have some buffs. What's the white velvet? Where even is it? Did we not actually loot it? I thought... Oh my god. It's an item I haven't seen before. Alright, you know what? I don't really want to jump back down after I just climb back up, but... I want to see what it does. I haven't looted this item before. Is this a big bottle like the booze though? I think it might just be another like booze bottle. I don't know, it's like glitched as well. Like it shows that I have enough space, but then it doesn't actually loot it. I don't know, I think this is kind of cooked. I just want to see what it does. Please. I can't even eat. Why doesn't it loot it? You fucking bitch game. Why aren't you looting the bottle? I give up. I can't loot it. It's impossible. I'm gonna try one last time. I'm gonna try to Tetris it. Honestly, I think it's cooked, guys. I don't think we're looting. I don't think we're gonna be able to loot this thing. Okay, I give up. Whatever. Whatever it is, it's not that important, I'm sure. Also, Posse, thank you for the 82 months. Motheki, thank you for the Prime sub. Sword Moet, thank you for the Prime sub. Most important item in the game. Oh. I'm such a loot goblin because I'm worried towards the end there's not going to be that much food. But there probably will be. I mean, every section of the game has been like, if you explore, there's been enough like water and food. It's probably fine.
Back to it.
All right, let's go up, shall we? It's not great. An insane cross leg. It's interesting how you don't like have to go for the ice. You can, but there's like routes without ice.
No!
Okay, I really don't get that. I feel maybe the wall was pushing me out. I really don't feel like I should have fallen there. I don't. Maybe my stamina was just cooked. Okay. Chill, girl. Oh. Ooh, egg and coffee? Got some breakfast.
Cool, thanks. Phew.
Now we're like right at the bottom, but I really don't want to fall all the way down. All right. Oh, no. I don't... Is it because it's ice? Like, I just don't... I feel like she should be able to rest there. I don't know. Maybe I'm not supposed to climb here. I don't know. It doesn't seem... Wouldn't be able to beat the game without the white velvet. That's great, dude. If we really want to get it, we could still rappel down from higher up. Okay, I don't know. This spot is just cooked, I feel like. I don't think I actually don't think I can. It doesn't seem like I can climb up here, even though it feels like you should be able to. I think this is a spot. It's just, why is it so difficult? I guess I should go to the right. No, it's not ice because my character doesn't pull out the ice pick. I think maybe more to the right is better. Maybe you're just not meant to go the other way. Just, it's like super... because it looks like you should be able to stand there, but maybe it's just not programmed like a ledge. I don't know why it's like so difficult. Is there anything here? The save point. I go... And we're pretty close. I guess we can go... Very sloped? Didn't seem like it was, but maybe. This isn't the greatest save spot because I have to climb up to get to it, but... certain accessibility setting. I mean, I don't want to do that, though. That's not really the way that the game's meant to be played. I mean, it's a setting, like, you can use it. It's just... Oh. I don't want to turn that on, to be honest. Like, no. God, I need to turn on my light. Can't see. Bro, what is this save spot? Yeah, I'm gonna fall. I don't...
Not again!
Maybe I'm supposed to climb up, like, right here. Dude, what the like, what dude, what the fuck? I feel like if I use a baton, it won't be too bad. God, what am I doing with my feet right now? I think she needs a rest.
Right on.
I'm like actually just extremely confused how I'm supposed to do this. I mean, I'm just gonna be hanging. It's like all upper body. Maybe there's another way. Maybe somehow I can put my foot. I mean, we were basically there. It's just she didn't want to fucking climb the ledge. She's a bitch. Like, why do you not climb, dude? Both of your hands are like in the spot. I'm already cooked. Flat wall? Yeah, and I almost just fucking made it up there. Buddy.
Let's go.
That is so weird, because it's like, she wasn't even, she seemed fine, and then it's just like, boom, just... instantly falls. I mean, I can try to go this other way. Like, I might see what I'm supposed to do. Oh, I'm definitely fucked now. You have to be so quick. It's still, lady. Holy fuck. I finished with half sword? Yeah, I mean, there's not really anything left to do. Maybe you're supposed to come down it? Oh yeah, maybe. Oh my god, this is really frustrating. It's just like, I don't fucking understand, like, how, like, what is safe, like, what's a safe spot in this. How did I even do this before? Genuinely, I have no idea. Stop fucking... Like, why do you... Oh, it's because of the fucking auto... Like, dude, the automatic limb selection when you're trying to go fast, it can just cuck you over so badly. It'll be like, oh, you want to move the left foot? You want to move the right foot? You want to move the left foot? The right foot? The right foot? The left foot? You just go back and forth between the 2 feet. It's like, no, I want to fucking move my arms up. You're gonna... I already know what's up there. I've been using scouting the entire playthrough. I know it's just a safe spot. I don't care. I want to get up there. Bro, lady. Okay. Yep, sure. Dude, I already used chalk. I don't want to waste all my chalk here. You don't need chalk here. Okay, yep. I'm just gonna fall and die now, I guess. That's good. I don't know. Like, I don't fucking understand. Like, what is up with this wall? Okay, she likes that. Maybe we're on the right track. There we go. We did it. We need food. Also, the strong infusion gives like heat and it never like runs out of temp. Is kind of good. We'll never know what white velvet is. Yeah, I'm sure it's okay. Bro, I could have just... Yeah, I see. Oh, what's this? You know what? I don't care. It was a learning experience. Time to go get that white velvet. Pretty sure it is just a booze. Wait, it doesn't go fucking long enough. How was the wall? It wasn't so bad.
Go get the pittons.
I'm not sure the rope goes long enough for this, guys. This place is
All the
cool.
lights are on you, Cammy.
Reach the mini Kami summit. What's that? Oh! Another one. Maybe we'll have enough rope now that we got rid of the... I think we should have enough rope. I don't know. We'll see. We don't have enough rope. Oh. I just want to check what it is, I guess. The thing is, there's no way for me to get it without, like... What? Oh, why can't I loot it? What?
Got them.
Did I already loot it? I'm so confused. I don't know. I can't loot the thing anymore. Whatever. I do need to go pick up that item again, though. Oh, come on.
All the lights are on you, Cammy.
All right. I guess I could have avoided having to climb back up here. Okay. All right. Make another save. Should we grab that tape? I think we can make space for it. What was at the bottom? There's just like a bottle of booze, but I wasn't able to pick it up. Well, it doesn't seem like I can go higher here. Oh, that was concerning. I wanted to jump. Didn't jump. Question is, where do we go? I think we have to go out like this way. Climb up the left. Or the right. I think I'm gonna go for the left side. Wasn't too bad. Something up there and on the other side. But we could also just go forward. I don't know. I'm gonna go take a look. No. Oh, this isn't good. I'm fucked.
Fuck!
Another one of these walls. Maybe we should just take the ice. I'm fucked. Yeah. Alright, let's just take the ice. My bad for trying something different. I mean, I think you can go the other way, but ice is probably a lot easier. Probably a lot faster, too. It feels a lot faster already. I don't understand. I just don't I don't understand this game sometimes. Like, I don't... It felt like both of my feet were on, like, what should be solid, and, I mean, I guess my hands were too close to my body, so it was, like, pushing me back. Maybe I might have tried to go too fast, I guess. I don't know. I probably should have rested as well. Oh yeah, if it bounces twice, it's like a bad hold or something, I think they said. Am I just cold? Or is this somehow not okay? Like, why is it not letting me move? It's annoying when the automatic limb selection just I don't know. It's probably a me issue, and Maybe I should just always use like the manual limb placement, but sometimes it just like you want it to switch to the arm, but it just doesn't. Oh, why? Why are we? Oh my god! Why? Like, dude, that is not where I'm aiming with the fucking. That is not where I'm aiming with the mouse, dude. Is that not a crack? Oh no, it's not. It just looks like one. I think that might be part of my problem here.
I'm all out of fingers.
What does that mean? Out of fingers? I think I need to tape, chat. That might be part of my problem here as well.
Phew. Just a smidge. Whew.
Long leg it. Yes. I don't really know where I'm supposed to put my foot from here. somehow that move was okay.
My hands hurt.
Sorry. Her hands are fucked, chat. What? Can I... Flip in. Oh. Nice. Not sure we want to cook any of that other stuff. We don't have enough water. Alright, let's tape our fingers. They are not doing good. No, you don't have to do your feet. Eat the egg. All right, well, we got 10 minutes of focus. I think focus is like more stamina. Not 100% sure. There's a flower over there.
Pittons, please.
Save spot up here too. Is there any reason to really go up here? Is there like loot? And there's 2 pots. I guess there could be loot in there. How much space do I have in my bag? Not much. And I guess we'll go up and see. Why not?
Let's do this.
Can I loot this thing? Wild garlic. There we go. Garlic lets you fly. Yeah. Yeah. Sounds pretty sick. You make it? I don't want to jump, but I'm scared. Can probably get up here. We have the extra stam. Over to the right. There's a resting spot. That seems like... You're fine. Chill, girl. Vitamins. Maple syrup. You think I can get that in here? I did. All right, our inventory is jammed full. Is that the end? No. We need to, get some water, though. That is not what I meant to do. Can you jump all the way down? Sure. You can't. I wish you could just like let it keep going. But I guess they don't want you falling into like areas that are not loaded in or something. I don't know, maybe it could cause issues. All right.
No way!
Look at the kite. Oh yeah, there's like a... Alright, you know what, hold on. I'll reload. There's like a note. Oh. The piece of paper bears an inscription. May Kami allow us to remember each other. Loneliness is a temporary companion. One day we'll be reunited. Gave me the option to cut the rope. I don't know if I should have.
This is where you were meant to go. can wait!
Ah! Ow.
Ah!
Wow.
Pittons. Thanks.
Alrighty. We continue. Man, I'm probably gonna have to climb up this fucking wall. I definitely am. Looks like, is Marco over there? Is that you, Marco? Hold on, I wonder if there's any... There's anything if you climb down? Well, that definitely looks like death down there. Yeah, like secret cave down here. Doesn't seem like it. There's some ropes on this, like, big spiky looking thing. Behind the waterfall, I mean, there isn't really any, like, I don't think so.
Marco,
Ava!
you're alive.
Kind of, yeah.
What are you doing here? I thought... I hoped you'd gone back down. What is this place?
We're in Grandpa's shelter. He brought me here. I was in pretty bad shape.
You should have gone back down.
Ah, couldn't bring myself to do it. Your pep talks are working, apparently.
Marco, I'm sorry.
Lucky for me, Grandpa was watching from afar. And he brought me back here.
Who's Grandpa?
Grandpa!
Hello.
This is Ava. I told you she would come this way.
Sit down, little one. You must be starving. I heard about you, kid. Your stories preceded even Marco.
You live here? How long has it been?
I'd say 12 years. I'm not so sure. At first I counted the days very carefully. But today, it doesn't seem to matter as much.
12 years. This scar. Are you telling me that you're Damas olfactory? Can you believe it, Marco? Damas olfactory is standing right here in front of us.
I don't know who that is. Sorry. He must have been famous in your day, but you're the oldest climber I know.
Hey, I followed your ascent in the newspapers. We thought we'd lost you.
You did.
Why didn't you come back down?
When I started climbing, Cammy, I was like you. I thought I could do it. Or I should say, I couldn't see myself failing. If I came down today, that would be a total failure. But if I remain on the wall...
How do they even like eat or like drink?
That means I haven't
If
given up
they have all this
completely.
stuff, like
I
tea
need to
packets
hold on
and
to that hope. Or
these
else
random things, but it's like,
I'll go insane.
Given up what?
who brings all the
summit?
food?
You mean you haven't tried getting to the top?
You have to listen to what he has to say. And please, don't get mad.
What are you talking about?
Just running water? Yeah, I'm not
Let
talking
me
about
show
water
you.
though. I'm talking about food.
This refuge is the highest point you'll reach. No one has ever been higher. Like
drones
for all of
exist
us,
just to order
this
it? Yeah,
is the end
maybe.
of your journey.
Order
all
it
due
with
respect,
your
you have no
money
idea
that
what
you
I'm
get
able to
from
do.
living in a cave.
Just because you weren't up to snuff doesn't mean that I won't make it. There has to be a way.
Tell that to all those who died trying, and all those who came back down, defeated.
Ava, be
Maybe there's a
reasonable.
live streamer on
It's
this
too dangerous
mountain.
even for you.
Climbing grades become meaningless about this point. The ice is crumbly no matter what time of the year, and whole sections shear off regularly. Edges are sharp enough to slash ropes and hands. Any hold could fall apart. I've seen 3 outcomes for everyone who attempted to go up. They either end up at the bottom of the gorge, or an ice spike planted through the head, or frozen to death as they stubbornly kept trying.
Okay, we'll be over there. Take some time to gather your thoughts.
I'll be fine. Go find Marco.
You know, when I went to see the wall up above us, its absurd difficulty, I came back down feeling relieved.
Because you're finally allowed to give up.
Exactly.
I'm not like you, Marco. The mountain is in my gut, deep inside.
No. I think the mountain is all in your head, like a disease that's eating at you. You can heal if you want to.
So you've made your decision.
Haven't you? Would you rather stay here, stuck between the ground and the summit? Like that old man?
I don't know. Things are so easy here. The goal is clear. It's a climb that's entirely up to me. Exactly what I can't have in life down below.
You know, you have like-minded folks down there? They're called humans. Not sure if you've heard of them. From up here, they're these tiny little critters, no bigger than ants. Quite endearing, though.
They can't give me what the mountain gives me.
What if you stop climbing?
I don't know anything else.
You could learn.
Maybe.
Like me and streaming, dude. I don't know anything else. It's actually crazy, though, that I've been streaming for like 12 hours, or 12 hours, like 12 years now. That's how long Grandpa stayed there. Yeah, true. This does Cave Grandpa, Cave Streamer.
There's a room right over there. I'd like you to see it.
What's in there?
My last attempt at convincing you to come back down. Over 12 years, Grandpa's had plenty of visitors who tried to climb the summit. He amassed quite a collection.
A collection of what?
Of ours. Climbers who kept climbing. And died. People who went through the same places we did. Who arrived here, wondering whether they should continue or turn around. Check out what's in that room. It's a reminder that the mountain always wins in the end.
This is just like the climb before the mountain. Oh my god. Holy loot.
Did you know that there's a radio telephone in here? Do you know if it works?
He lives off the dead climbers. Yeah, I guess so.
Naomi? Naomi, it's me. I just had to. Naomi, Naomi, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Look, I just wanted to tell you that I've been thinking about what you said, you know. About why I'm doing all of this. And I guess I tried to find an answer that you could hear. And I oh fuck!
Damn, chill. Broke the radio.
I don't know why. Oh, I wish I knew. I don't. I just don't.
And that's how they got food gone.
Ava.
Great, you killed Grandpa.
Ava. It's time. Grandpa told me the skies would
Oops.
be clear for the next 72 hours. This is our chance.
Oh. Okay.
I'll wait for you by the entrance.
He was the greatest climber of his time. He opened the most difficult routes in the Keblon Desert. He successfully climbed the south face of Salador Peak and won the race to the three roofs of the world. Typically media shy and secretive about his plans, his next expedition to Mount Kami is receiving a great deal of media coverage. Damas Alfatri boastfully told the press, "After the three devils, only Kami is left. I'll be the first to reach its summit. After that, I can hang my harness, confident that my record won't be broken anytime soon." I'm gonna beat your record. I can save here. Don't I need healing? Oh wait, no, I'm good. Yeah, so the guy who looked into the Bloodborne randomizer is making a patch to fix the memory issue with the game that was causing the crashing. So potentially might be fixed. Pause champ. I don't know if the fix would work for consoles, but... Oh, I can drink the goat milk. Can I... Oh. Took too much of his milk. I was gonna say, does he just have, like, unlimited milk? Can I just, like... Sorry. Yes, you're right, chat. My bad. You know, whatever.
reflection of us.
Oh, there's chalk in there too.
Damn, that's a lot.
Do I have scraps in my inventory? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I should do. I mean, I could cook some stuff, I guess. Should probably cook some stuff. Lentils and ham. I haven't seen that yet. Is there a save point around here, though? Because there was the rest spot. Do something in the backpack area. Well, I'm gonna go back there anyways. I wanna cook some stuff. Because I could save, but I don't know if I could cook. Should probably just look around with the free cam. Okay, there's something up there. I need to make space. I don't know, man. I got too much. I honestly have too much stuff. Maybe we just don't worry about picking up more stuff. We're fine. I mean, I could add some... Yeah, I could add some stuff to the... You know, let's actually try that. Let's add some... sugar to the goat milk. Now it gives us a speed buff. I don't think... There's probably so many different combinations you can do, actually. I think if we put the garlic, it will make a dish? Yeah. Gives 40. I thought it might give the speed buff because it was cooked with the milk. I think that used 1 dose. What does the syrup do? I can't remember. Does this make like... Oh, it just makes it sweet. Okay. It's the same as the sugar, basically. We are going to need a lot of food for our expedition. The thing is there going, like... We're probably only going to be able to eat herbs once we start getting higher up the mountain, because nobody's made it up there. I don't want to get the lentils and ham. I got it. Oh, what is this?
You'll be better off here.
Oh!
With your friends.
The origami! I guess it was just for an achievement. We did it! What is ataxium? Oh, is it doing the thing again? Oh, I don't want those. It's a speed boost for quite a while. I can't help but want to try to jam everything in there, dude. Oh yeah, I have plastic, you're right. Nice. This one gives 60 temp. I don't think I've picked this one up before. Alright, that's good. What's in here? Climbing tape? I think we can make it fit. Tape really doesn't take up much space. You know what? I don't actually know if the physics of the bag. I think there's a way to definitely jam stuff in, like. Yeah, I mean, you can. You don't need all of that. I need all of it, bro. All right, it's fine. Let's go back up. I'll go back down and say goodbye to Marco. Fine. Probably should have just set up a rope there.
I think I got everything. Can't believe I'll be back in my van in a few days. Doesn't seem real. What about you, Ava? Have you made up your mind?
Go back down. No, no, no.
I take it I didn't find your cure?
It's not your fault. It's all me. It's just how I am.
Do you think we'll ever meet again?
Yes.
We'll face even harsher conditions up there. The cold, the lack of oxygen.
I can do it, Marco.
Okay. Then I'll wait for you in the valley. So, it's time for farewell.
The time and the place, yeah. I suck at goodbyes.
Yeah, I've noticed. Hey! You know how they say never meet your heroes? It's nonsense. You're extraordinary.
Thanks, Marco. Oh, whoops.
Are those gunshots?
What the? Did Grandpa just shoot himself because we destroyed his radio? No, I'm just
What's
kidding.
the old man up to?
Surely not. He's just shooting he's shooting a bear, yeah. A bear. I milked his goat dry. Yeah, I guess he has food because of the goat.
I didn't know there was game up here.
You'd be surprised how high wild goats can climb. But no, I'm doing another kind of hunting. Here you go. Further left.
Oh, I can't see shit.
Lift up. A
Bag?
little higher.
The dead people?
What happened?
The same thing that happens every time. He didn't listen to me and failed.
Well, how long has he been stuck like this?
13 days. He only died the day before yesterday, though. I've been watching him since he fell. It looked like his shoulder was dislocated, but he suffered in silence.
Why didn't you try to help him?
That's what I'm doing now, kid. Helping with this. The rifle offers a dignified death to climbers who find themselves in this predicament. No one should be left dangling like a disjointed puppet. It's obscene. So I am cutting the rope by shooting at it, and the mountain becomes their final resting place.
It's terrible.
That's what I do, kid. That's the way it is. I'm not saying that this is very useful. I'm just saying that we need to respect the dead. You want to take care of it? I'm getting old. My aim isn't what it used to be.
Yeah, I would love to shoot some people.
I'm so sorry.
Oopsies.
Poor guy.
He doesn't care. He didn't feel a thing.
A rope, I know. I
get
thought it would
going.
let me shoot a second
Farewell,
time.
Damas.
The kid showed you the cemetery, didn't he? Wasn't that enough? I knew it would take more effort to convince you than the boy.
It's been 12 years, Damas. You can remain here forever in this purgatory you've created for yourself. But let me go. You've had a good run. But it's my turn now.
I won't leave you hanging like a broken mannequin. I will render your corpse to the mountain, as I did with the others.
Gonna shoot me? Alright, dude. Damn, bro. Alright, well, time to go. I just don't understand sometimes. Do I not have, like, how is my stamina getting cooked there? I don't get it. Sometimes the stamina is just so confusing. I don't know. It didn't feel like I should be losing stamina there, but I am.
Oh, yeah.
And this is a pretty big wall. Oh, God. Okay. Why am I wobbling so much? I'm fucking wobbling. Yeah, I think I actually glitched the backpack to let me eat while I'm climbing. I don't know how I did it. Because it was definitely letting me interact with it when I shouldn't be able to sometimes. Put one of these down.
Let's do this.
It is really bright right now. Man, the sun is fucking bright as shit. Not really sure how I'm meant to go from here. Yeah. I needed to just like make a move.
Okay. Good.
Rock face looks easier. Yeah.
Oh, come on!
I don't know what I'm fucking doing, dude. It's so awkward. Like you have to do the manual limb selection, dude. The character just does not ever want to like doesn't want to move the limb that you want. It's really annoying. I'm gonna try to go to the left. I feel like climbing the ice is quite difficult. Oh no. I think this... Are you okay? God, she stresses me out so much when she starts fucking moaning or whatever, like freaking out, like she's gonna fall. Sure. Or fucking get up, dude. Okay, we need to go on the ice, clearly. I'm gonna fall again.
Oh, no, no, no!
I don't know, man. I don't understand what is a safe spot. This is okay. Fuck the ice, dude. The ice is so annoying. Just having to like charge your attack unless you're on the right. Yeah, I probably should use some buff food for this. That is not where I wanted my... My god. My god, lady, stop fucking... Stop. Stop messing me out. Oh. The rest spot? Okay, clearly I need to wait longer. Am I don't know if I'm recovering. I think maybe sometimes I am just screwing myself by not waiting long enough for the stamina. I'll put down one of these. That's a good idea. We've still barely fucking went up, dude. I'm like going so slow. Oh, no, no. No, no, no. This is not. Guess that works. I mean, if I just go one at a time and I just always... I feel like neither of these are going in quite the way I want. I think I'm okay. I think I'm recovering. This part is scary. Should be fine like this. I know I'm thirsty.
Wind's picking up.
Is it? The pinwheel isn't really doing much. All right, we need to place a baton and drink some water. We are not doing good. Oh, cutscene?
Fuck! Come on!
Oh god. Well, luckily I just placed a baton.
Come on! I can't stay here.
I thought I did.
I can't do it. Watch out! Avalanche! Faster!
I'm trying to go fast.
Shit, another one!
Old man set off the fucking explosives up top, dude. I'm telling you.
Watch out!
Bro, my
Hurry up,
water!
Mama. There's no time for this. No!
I'm gonna kill us that fast, at least.
It's happening again.
Wonder if that's like a forced stamina refill or something. Could use the lamp, true.
I can't take much more. This has to stop soon.
Oh. What?
What the hell am I doing here? Did you pull me into the tent? Hello? Anyone? Damas? Damas, did you follow me here? Marco? Did you really take me to safety? Wow. You've had a rough time. You gonna be okay?
What the heck was even going on there?
Fuck.
It bugged my mouse out.
It's a freaking step at a time, Ava. Easy.
Thing is, we're not even at the
Step by
peak.
step.
We still have, like, quite a bit left. Move, girl.
No. Not so fast.
I gotta restart the game. I don't know why the mouse bugs out like this.
Easy. Step by step. Fuck.
You spam drag the items in your backpack.
I've gotta take it slow. Give me a sec.
Why am I constantly getting stunned?
Not so fast.
Oh, because I'm sprinting? Refill water? Where? I mean, we still have a good amount of liquid. We have the milk, the tea, the infusion, the soup. We have the medicine that gives us temperature resist as well. Yeah, I mean, I can transfer stuff into the flask, but what difference does that make? I can refill my hotbar water? I don't think I can. Unless there's a water source around here, but I don't think there is. Can be used while climbing? Oh, yeah, that's true, but I mean, if you place a baton, you can also just use stuff from your bag. Doesn't really matter either way.
Not too fast.
Dude, it is so... My God.
Need a break.
Definitely not worth doing that. You can sprint for like a tiny bit. And then stop before it like staggers you. Cook the snow for water. Yeah, that would be nice. Could like boil the snow. Consumes HP. Yeah, I'm well aware. Oh my God. A lot of snow. Yo, what's up, Kyle? Thanks for the 103 months, dude. I don't want to climb the rock part. Why are you grabbing everything except... Alright, whatever. No, you're... There we go. Well, I need a drink. Dude, the burst is actually like so nice. You really do move a lot faster. You guys in chat excited for Neo 3? I'm excited for Neo 3. Oh. I did not see this here. What? I don't really know where I'm going. I'm just climbing, you know? I'm just in the groove. I'm going up. Only up. Looks like we can go. I don't know. I don't really like climbing the ice that much. It's... Man, we need to eat again. We need to eat again. We'll have a goat milk. Gives us speed. I think we'll stick to the rocks. Okay, this is good. This is a spot we can, hold on. We need to fix our temp. We're not doing good. Do we have anything else that's hot? Well, we have temperature resist. Drink some booze. Oh, I think the grit makes it so... Ooh, the booze is actually kind of good. I guess it did some damage to my health, but... Because now we have temperature resist and also... like protection against our stats being drained, I think. Drunk climbing, yeah.
Bring me the pittance.
The pittance. Can we just go straight up this ice? Oh, I think we can climb here. Gonna be a wind gust? Actually, I think there just was. Oh, there is right now. Okay. I had a feeling I was gonna struggle there for a moment just because the elevation difference.
Easy.
Oops.
Step by step.
Hey, Neptune, thank you for the 42 months, man. Thank you, dude. We still got a little ways to go.
Come on. Look alive, buddy. Let's get back to it.
I feel like we're gonna die at the end of this, to be honest.
Come on.
Maybe not, though. The weather is not looking good.
No, not so fast. Come on, Climbot, wake up! I really don't need this right now.
Save spot up here. Yo, Gunnar, thank you for the 42 months.
You're back. You're back. Good.
Ah, she's up. I didn't know you were a late riser.
Oh.
It worked out nicely, though. Gave me time to finish breakfast. A nice bowl of rice with marinated mushrooms and soft-boiled eggs. You do eat eggs, right?
Should probably check our fingers, yeah. Is it gonna break my mouse again? Oh, I didn't... Okay. We're at maximal grip. I do have, like... The blood is kind of coming through, though. The bandages. Maybe we should do some fresh bandages. Did I not? There we go. All right, good as new. I mean, we were already in good condition, but now we're in perfect condition. Oh, I used a heal. Oh wait, no, that's my water that's low. Oops. Oh yeah, I still have the shrooms. Forgot about that. What about the bot? He's okay, I believe. There's a save spot up there. Climb up the rocks here. You're okay. Okay, that's good. Sometimes I'm just not waiting long enough for my stamina to actually like fully recover. There is no stamina meter. I guess she doesn't always make that sound though. When your character, like if you're holding a position and then your character starts doing like deep breaths, then you know you're in like a stable spot and your stamina is recovering. At least that's, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how it works. As far as I can tell.
I'm not gonna make it. Let's...
No, 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 you're gonna make it. And then you're gonna
Let's stop
die.
here,
But
okay?
we'll make it. We'll make
I
it.
give up. Let's just go back down. All right, point taken. I'll keep going.
He knows. I mean, I'm just guessing. It seems kind of obvious. Intense. 40-40 temperature and focus. That's good. Some nice soup. Can I also put in sugar? Will it also give us speed then? Oh, you can't have multiple. That's a shame. Well, I got rid of the focus for speed instead. Whatever. I didn't know.
Not too fast.
I don't like how much she's panicking. Music's so chill, dude. Oops. Okay. I don't know, man. Sometimes I just don't get it. Let me My stamina's already fucking cooked. Seems like it's best to climb up the left side. You can just walk up here. Good. This wall is gonna push me out, though. Doesn't look climbable. I feel like it is, though. I think we have to stay on the edge of this thing so the wall isn't pushing us off. I'm going my way, all right? I mean, this is clearly a way that you're, like, intended to be able to go.
Yes. Pittons.
Almost, we're getting there. Is there any save spot around here? I guess we're too close at this point. There's probably no more saves.
It's freezing.
Right. I think I need to cut
So close.
up there to the left. That is quite the long leg. Imagine they make you climb all the way down. Be kind of cool if they gave you the option to do it. I do not know where to go here, so... Actually, I think maybe I see it. Grab the ledge. No, grab it. Grab it. Yeah, we're getting pretty close to the top. That is the top up there. Unless it somehow goes further, but I don't think it does. Ooh. There's a wide stance.
almost there.
If we can put another one down. Probably take a drink. Some grog. Goat milk. Lex! Dude, I think I bugged the game, guys. I'm missing one of my ice picks.
Yes.
I pressed control.
Meters.
Doesn't work. Get our stamina back. Did I lose one of my boots as well? No.
Hey, feel it.
Sabotaging.
Please. One last push.
Should have
This for
upgraded.
me. Don't do that to me. Turn back on. Come on!
I feel like I'm gonna break it. I think I have no choice. It's already smoking.
Piece of trash! Just get to work! I'm not asking much of you. Do your job! Turn back on! On! Ah!
Well, I don't think that helped.
No.
Damn, Ava just fucking... This girl's got some fucking issues, man.
Oh, come on. Don't. Robot, please. Please, please, please don't do that. Just turn back on. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to do this to you.
Not cutting the rope. Oh, wait, my pickaxe is back. Nice. Music's so nice.
We're gonna make it.
Not a good grip.
We've got this, Climber.
Can't open my bag or like do anything. We're almost there, chat. How are you getting down? I don't know, man. We're going, we've got a wingsuit in our backpack. Got you, buddy. Jump and have the flower revive you. True. Hold on, I wanna go back. I wanna look down. Are the lights back where I started? I think the lights down there are like the climbing gym. Oh yeah, right. And see the climbing route. Putting the bot would have had it fall on someone below you. I don't think anybody is here, my man. I think cutting the bot is like giving in to your anger or something. I mean, I don't know. Interpret it how you will. Damn, I'm slow. Bring a PC up there. Yeah, you're gonna game on top of the mountain. She's tired. She only climbed a mountain. Be part of a whole. Do I have a choice? All right. Oh, do I gotta hold it? I'm just edging the bar. Damn, she's gonna climb into outer space? Wait, am I? Oh, damn. Cinema. Oh. Oh, damn. So dang. Holy shit, I'm getting fucking yeeted into space. God. I mean, that was a cool ending sequence, but I mean, I guess our character's just dead, which is what I assumed. Hey, I had food for the way back down. Is that the good ending? I don't know. I don't know if there's like multiple different endings or not. This was a really fun game. I wish that the end section was a little bit harder, but I understand why they didn't make it more difficult. I mean, this game isn't really meant to be like a rage game. Could have done solo mode. Yeah, but then I never would beat the game. I mean, hardcore, like the free solo is meant, you know, after you've played the game. Like 100%. Free solo might have a different ending. Probably not, but maybe. Apparently the backpack is like way smaller in the free solo. You did free solo on your first playthrough? Well, wait, can you still make save files even in the free solo? And can you use pitons? No, right? Because it's free solo. I don't believe that you did on your first playthrough, but maybe you did. Just built different, just never made a single mistake. I mean, I guess if you fall, you don't necessarily die always, but... I feel like having mountain climbing experience isn't really that relevant for this game. I mean, the thing is, I understand how like the stamina system worked in the game, but there were moments where I swear, like, you're not getting pushed away by the wall. Like, the wall is not pushing you away at all, and you have clearly like a ledge beneath you, and your hands are on ledges, and then you just like run out of stamina and fall off. I don't know. I feel like there's some spots in the game that are just kind of glitchy and don't like... They don't work quite right. Well, that's impressive if you did the hardest difficulty on for your first run, though. Load your save to review your route. Oh, I can... Let's review the route. Oh, that's cool that you can do that. Actually, I don't know if I need to press E there. Oh, no, I can... Oh, it's cool that you... It's actually really cool that you could see this. Time for run routing. I do wonder, apparently the speedrun for this game is like... How long did people say it was? 2 hours? I don't know, the speedrun in this game seems like it would be kind of annoying. I'm surprised people... Well, wait, how long has this game been out? Surprised people already are like going... That seems like pretty fast, but at the same time, I mean... I don't know, I mean, my run took 11 hours. I didn't even feel like I was taking that long, but I guess I did do a lot of, like, optional stuff. Like, looted extra things. I didn't go over here, though. The record is free solo. Yeah, but I mean, why wouldn't it be? Like, using the piton is literally just a time loss. Oh, and I guess you skip the tutorial if you do free solo. Yeah, I mean, there's so many different ways that you can go up. I feel like from a routing perspective, trying to figure out... It is really cool that you could see the route that you took. From a routing perspective, it's really hard to, like... figure out what's the best. The gym has coins and a vending machine? Yeah, but... I mean... The climbing gym takes time. And if you're speedrunning the game, you generally don't want things to take extra time. You climb all 8 tutorial walls, you get 10 Peyton. Really? From what? Just like the game just gives them to you, or is there like somebody down there? Like how do you suddenly get those? There's a locked chest on your left. What, it just automatically unlocks it or something? That's cool though. I feel like you never need that many of them though. Unless you want to play like really safe and use them like every you know, 5 minutes or something. Every like few minutes. That's cool though. They just waste space, yeah. I mean, I feel like you don't even need... I don't think there was ever a point that I used more than like 3 at once. I guess the only thing is they could potentially break. Yeah, we beat the game. Yeah, I got the 3 indestructible ones as well. Yeah, I don't know. Speedrunning the game just doesn't... I just feel like there isn't really that much you can do to speed... Like, it's just the pacing of speedrunning this game is just kind of slow. One more run for the other ending? No. I don't think so. Gotta be glitches. I mean, not every game has like... I mean, what kind of glitches could there be? The only type of glitch I could see is like maybe you wedge yourself into something and you get launched like up in the air, but I haven't seen anything that even indicates that even might be remotely possible. This doesn't really seem like a game that's gonna have that many glitches or anything. Like, I wonder if it's faster to go inside and then like up or just climb up. You move pretty fucking slow in this game. Oh yeah, I died twice here. I was really struggling with this spot. Speedrun Death Stranding. Yeah, I mean, Death Stranding, I don't know. I ran Death Stranding and it was... I thought it was fun just from like a routing perspective, trying to figure out the fastest way through the game. Because like the map is pretty open and you have a lot of tools and things to make yourself get around faster. Just in this game, you're limited by how fast your limbs can move, and you can speed up how fast you can move your limbs by using like the burst buff food, which I wonder if they actually use that in the speedrun. I feel like you would. I mean, you're gonna have to eat at some point, so you probably, you know, spam the burst food. There's actually so many different ways you can get up, though. It's kind of crazy. I think you can... Wait, why can't I go up here? Maybe you're not meant to go? It looks like you could... There's a route... Like, you could go... It looks like you could even climb up, like, right here. Speedruns you've seen focus on brewing ultimate infusions. Oh, what does... I don't think I ever even made one of that. How does that work? What's an ultimate infusion? Or actually, maybe I had it once. You can't go too far from your route. Yeah, maybe. Well, yeah, I figured you combine a bunch of stuff. But like what does the ultimate infusion give you? It's all the stats? For how long? Is it like a long time as well? I spent a lot of time in this section here. This wall, I only died twice on this wall. By the way, when it turns red, does that mean your stamina got low? Like that was a spot where you almost fell, or? That would make sense. You wanted the cave on the right. So what I did is I climbed up top and then I climbed down to the cave. And I felt that was a bit easier. Where was the trip up death? Well, I died here trying to climb this building, like the side of this building. And then I died here because I put my foot on what I thought was a ledge, but it was not. Like the camera angle was like deceptive. Jumping off something when you have a... Yeah, I already got that achievement, I'm pretty sure. Speedrun, they cut off Climbot. Well, yeah, you probably like move faster since you don't have to carry the robot or something. It's not like it really mattered. I feel like saving him didn't even really do anything for the ending. I just fucking went into outer space. It would be interesting if they gave you the option to climb back down, but I guess, you know, it feels like they're basically telling you that your character died in the story. Load there. Can you? I don't think you can like load the save. It'd be cool if you could, for like practice purposes, like load from. This is when I jumped off. Like, I wonder if, like, in terms of speed running, like, is it best to go, like, to the left here and then up because you can just walk? Or is it, like, would it be fastest to go this way and, like, up this ice? I don't know. Probably up the ice. But you do also have to climb more. I mean, I don't have any intentions to speedrun this game. Like, it kind of interests me, but Neo 3 is coming out soon, and I don't know, there's just too much stuff I want to do. It's a really cool game, though. Watch your completed ascent. Stars. Did I come close to all achievements? Probably not. At 35 out of 52. Shoot fireworks. Become woozy from licking a frog. Oh yeah, I never ate the psychedelic mushroom. Survive to a near deadly fall. Enjoy a nice outdoor nap. Use the photo mode. Open the box in the gym room. Oh, that's the... I guess a lot of people did that. You know, I was thinking I should try like all 8 of the tutorial walls, right? I saw that there were more that they didn't require you to do. I should have tried them. I just didn't. I don't know. I was just like, I figured it was just a tutorial, and I mean, knowing me though, I would have had all these extra pitons in my bag, and I probably would have held on to all of them, even though I didn't need them. Assemble the 3 doll pieces. I got one of the doll pieces. Cook the ultimate infusion. Yeah, I wonder how you make this thing. I guess it depends what type of stuff you put in it. It seemed like to me that you couldn't make a combination. I guess it needs to be a specific... Maybe it's only the herbs. Because I tried... Water and 3 plants, I see. Yeah, you just gotta put all the different plants in the drink. Make an alcoholic cocktail. Deliver Rhodey's letter to the shepherdess. Ava Porter Bridges. Compost coins. Combine the effects of burst grip, extra grip, focus, and grit in one go. I guess you get this achievement when you use the ultimate infusion anyways. Climb 30 meters without using a piton. Cook up an Easter egg. An Easter egg? Find Marco with the binoculars. Go down, back down with Marco. Craft 15 from scraps. I like how that's the rarest one. That you actually would need to use so many in order to craft 15 from scraps. And you probably would need to get the ones from the beginning. Because that would require you to have... You would need to find... You could save Scummy? Yeah, maybe. You would need... Well, maybe not, though. You would need to find 30 of them, and you would need to break... You would need 30 broken ones. That's a lot. The time was 11 hours and 10 minutes. You can craft them from trash. What, like the crumpled bottle and stuff? What do you mean? Two X recycled items makes a piton? Yeah, but isn't that just the piton scraps? It's not like anything. Like, I'm pretty sure when you place a piton, there's a chance when Climbot grabs it back that it breaks and you get a scrap. So therefore, you need 30 broken... You need 30 broken ones. You can get chalk from recycling, but... Yeah, I feel like I mean, I don't think the main... Some people are acting like the main character is, like, terrible. I don't think she's the most likable character, but I don't think she was, like... So we were acting like she's... Like, she wasn't all... She wasn't all bad. I can't go higher up to the stars. This is like as high as you can go. Oh, we can't go higher. That's what I told you. All right. This game was really fun.